Hey y'all, good morning. Can y'all hear
Good
me fine?
morning.
Morning.
Yes.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Let's get started. So today's objective is to teach you xpath axes. We'll do some explicit weights that you saw yesterday. There is an element uh, that you may have seen on TechFile's website. It's a drop down, and to interact with that drop down element, you need the help of select class. So I'll show you how to handle that, and we'll automate a test case so that we have to use that to get that done. We'll talk about what assertion is and how to use assertion. We'll look up the JUnit assertion and we'll apply them for validation. Um, I hope to show you a try catch option to show how we can control Java so it doesn't fail and we display our own message if it does fail. And a method that we can use to fail ourselves. And that will be the throw new runtime exception, how we can use that. So let's begin with an end in mind. Let's start with the test case that we should that I will automate for you while I teach you about all those items. So let's go to take files and pick up something suitable. And sometimes this is a practice site. Some things work, some things don't work. So we know we worked over here. Things are working. Yesterday you saw that we're able to add contact, so this is fine. There is a drop down here that we could use to do that, but let's just do a brand new test case. How
How
about
about
this?
how about yesterday case? We could not complete it.
Do you want me to finish that?
Uh, that will be better actually. Could not move ahead with that.
Okay. Okay. In that case, yeah, I could do that. So I will then use this particular drop down to select an element. So sending keys right here with Selenium is not that difficult, but for you to use this drop down and select, let's say, United States or some other country, you would need a select class to handle that. So we're going to add that in there to show you how to do that. Also, we'll use some xpath axes on these elements here, um, which you really need to know because sometimes the xpaths may not have enough attributes. And in that case, if you know the xpath axes option, then you are completely home free. And that's all there is to it for xpaths designing. Let's see what we did yesterday if we want to carry on from here. So we had this project that we were working on, weight tests, and we had this test inside login tests. I feel like there's a lot of code in there, and that might kind of throw you off. So is it okay if I just start in a separate class for you. Let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a separate class here. New. And let's give it a name of the page that we're working in, list contexts. So we're going to call it lists contexts test. Okay, this file name or class name is going to be list contexts test. Well, that means that all your test cases needs to be on this class that relates to that particular test, that particular page on TechFile site. So finish that. There you go. And some of these methods we are going to bring in here. First, we said that we wanted the WebDriver to be global. So we created a global WebDriver here, imported. And we had a before method. And I'm not going to use this for now, okay? So we had a before method. Also not going to use this here. Are you all with me so far here?
Yes.
Okay. So we set the property, we created an object of the Chrome driver and assigned it to the driver. But we put the driver over here so everybody knows what this driver is. If I copied this code, what would be the problem if I copied this, if I deleted this and just put it right here?
That will be only work for the startup method.
Correct. So only inside the startup method in local will be recognized. But if I ever wanted to call driver down here, let's say, nobody would know what that is. It won't have any kind of connection. We also did an implicit wait right after starting the Chrome driver. It's important that you do it right after it and before you get to a website. Okay? You set up this implicit so that the driver knows that, okay, I need to, if the website doesn't open up, I need to wait for 30 seconds. But if the page does not load within 30 seconds, it's going to fail. And you can change this time if you want. There's another thing. Sometimes, I don't know if you notice that web browsers save data when you're browsing. And it saves as cookies, they call it. You may have seen some pop-up sometimes on a website says, do you want to save the cookies? What it is basically for certain websites to work on your browser, they will use your memory, computer's memory, to store some data so that it can provide you with better images and so forth. And sometimes for storing those images, it can actually interfere with what you're doing. Sometimes it messes up the website a bit. Or it stored your old password and you have a new password, but your new password is not working. Situations like that, there could be hundreds of different situations why those cookies can be bad. WebDriver gives you a way to delete all cookies. And the way to do that is you start with this driver and you go to manage. Same way that you did the window. I'm not maximizing it because of the way I like to show you on a half screen is nicer for the students. But you might want to do a full screen and use this code to maximize it on your screen. If I'm not presenting, I like to get it maximized. And then there's another one called driver.manage.delete all cookies. This option. This, every time it loads up the driver and your browser, it will make sure that it deleted all the past cookies to give you a clean base to start your test cases. This is pretty standard. When you work for an automation, you might find where they have the system set up, the architect has a whole bunch of these. And actually, there's a lot more customization that you can do with this .manage. I've seen like 7 lines of these in my company. But for you, it's not going to mess up anything. I would just recommend go ahead and get used to doing this. .manage window maximize and .manage delete all cookies. And that will, in case if there's anything that messes things up, it will clean things up for you. Okay. So that's all the startup. And now in our startup is also opening up the TechPile site. And then we had a closing because we needed our test to browser to shut down, and we didn't want to do that every time. So we had this after method. And in this after method, we called it finish. Doesn't really matter what you call this method. This is what it matters, this @after. Because then JUnit is going to direct Java executor to come here. We'll sleep for, let's put that 5 seconds sleep. I wouldn't do it normally, but for presentation, it's nice to have that browser up there for a little bit and then quit the driver, quit the browser. Okay. So that's all for that. And
one question. Inside the before method, the driver.manage for the implicit wait. So why that timeouts? Why is that for?
These don't really have any meaning, but what we really wanted is the implicitly wait.
Yes.
But only way to get there is through manage and through timeouts, and then you
can we directly go from manage to implicitly wait?
I don't think it has that option. See that? When I type in implicit, I only get that. So it's kind of like you want you want your special kinds of M&Ms, but you only eat that during bedtime in your bedroom, and you put it in the nightstand right next to where you sleep. Now, unfortunately, you're gonna have to go through the hallway and then past the living room and then go to your bedroom and then get that. Yes, you can keep one for me. Just leave it on the kitchen counter, please. Does that make sense? So
Yes.
this is that special M&Ms that I eat during, movie watching and then bedtime in the bedroom. But I put it in the nightstand. I can't really get it in the kitchen. So I have to go through this hallway in the living room to actually go get that because that's where they stored it. Now, why did they store it that way? I'm not really sure. I don't I don't really know the reason, but this is the only way you can get it is through stepping through this timeouts, and only then, if you put a dot, it's gonna show you the simplicity.
Okay, actually, when you gave us the code yesterday, that time in the syntax you didn't mention about that timeout, but when you were doing this example, that time you used this. That is why actually I was confused.
Oh, I see. Sorry. All right. Any other questions on this setup?
I just want to know, like, because I missed yesterday. So did you cover the explicit weight or not yet?
We did cover the explicit weight. I'll show you a little bit today, but the
Okay.
bulk of it, I compressed the video. I will upload it after the class today.
Okay, no problem.
All right. So now we can start our test method. And I'm just going to copy what we did yesterday then, but we're going to change things up a little bit. I'm not going to use this private static final yet. I think I kind of threw you guys off a little bit on this. It was maybe too much to handle, but understand that this is going to be the standard down the road. I am actually working you out to that level, but I want to make sure that I give you baby steps first so that you feel very comfortable and then take you to a very complex high level that you can handle. And then we stop after.
So
Yes,
you are using these two locator. That means CRM menu locator and list context page locator. That means we will need those two again and again. That is why actually we are creating this.
absolutely.
So that is good. That is not that much difficult to understand, I think so.
So your
I
call,
mean,
guys.
i-
Do you
I mean,
want me
is
to
it possible?
do this pattern or do you want me to just keep this buy locator and use it down
Each
here
time.
each time?
I mean, isn't it possible to create a method for those two if we need again and again? That will work or no?
Yes. In fact, I will take you to, but I don't want to do that now.
Okay.
What Stanley is saying, how about a method to click on this? Actually, you are going to have a method. This is going to be inside a method.
Mm.
You're going to say, click on CRM menu. Click on CRM menu. That's going to have this piece of code. Every single thing, just like this one, where you said login, this is a method because it has this open close parentheses. And this method is written down here, right there. And it has 3 lines of code. So everything that you're going to call, you will never call driver here. The whole idea is that do not have driver inside this. You're going to just call the method name, call the method name, call the method name, and the method name is going to have this line of code. Method name is going to have line of code. You might have some of these stuff, but this would be inside a method. Small methods. My boss used to say, there's two rules for method. One, make your methods small, rule number one. And rule number two, make them even smaller. So every method that you build, your goal is going to be to keep tiny pieces of code in it. And the reason of that is if your method fails, you can easily go fix that. But if you have a lot of code, it's going to be very difficult. One thing I noticed from engineers from India, because they think that they know a lot about coding, they would put this complicated ton of code inside methods to kind of show off that, oh, look. And you would be like looking at their code, doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It almost feels like they know more. Not necessarily. If you can get your work done with least amount of lines of code, that's what makes you the best engineer. Not all the complicated lines and lines of codes. Anyway, I can do it this way, or I can not have this and then do it in here. I just felt like maybe yesterday was uh, throwing you off a little bit. Let me just wait for this and come back a little bit later, okay? Some of you might feel a little bit uncomfortable with that. So right now, I'm going to start from here. I'm going to start up again, and I'm going to call this add test. Public void add and delete a contact. We didn't do the delete part, so we'll finish that off. Some of these things I'll copy, hover over and import test from JUnit. And we're also going to copy this login method since we already have it down here. I'm going to take this login. Now understand, I'm not going to do it, but just keep in your mind that I don't really have to copy this. I can use this without even copying this code from this class. Any comments on that?
Again, please.
I can call this method, this login method, without even having to copy this code from this login test class to the list context test class. This is Java methods
Yes,
class that
yes.
you did.
Yes, you can call.
Right. Right.
Remember that? You had a homework.
Yes,
I
yes.
showed you creating a calculator. We had calculator methods in a separate class and we called it.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
how it's going to be. You are not gonna have, in fact, this piece of code is not even gonna be on this class. This piece of code, if you join a company, you are not even gonna find somewhere. Actually, you're gonna have to dig like deeper, because that it's kind of like this. Right now, I'm like teaching you cooking in my own house. Tiny little kitchen, okay, kind of like a test kitchen. When you're gonna get the job, it's gonna be like a major restaurant, all right, inside a huge shopping complex. There's gonna be a ton of cabinets, ton of rooms, ton of storage where they put all the raw materials, the beef, the chicken. Chicken has its own little freezer, all the dairy stuff is separate so that they don't get contaminated. You get the picture? You're gonna be stepping into a project that's gonna be huge. There's gonna be ton of classes, ton of packages, ton of folders, and your space is going to be somewhere in there cutting onions. The only thing you're going to do probably is just slice onions first, because there's going to be a lot of other chefs ahead of you, and they will be telling you what to do, and they know where they are. The architect who designed it knows every single room, every single stuff, all the ingredients, whatnot. But your main thing is going to be classes that are called tests. Test class, there's going to be a page class, and you are actually going to, they're going to require you to just go in there and start coding. Start coding for UI test. So this is where you're going to really start right there. You don't have to do any of these. You don't have to do any of after method. Okay? Because those are going to be done for you. In fact, they don't even want you to know where they are. Why is that? So don't think that just because you don't know how to design this, that you're not capable. They don't want you to know that, because if you knew that, you would become the senior or the architect.
Administrator,
Yeah,
architect, or like that. Yeah.
yeah, you would become their level. You might not want to work there cutting onions. You might want to walk into Red Lobster and say, "Hey, I would like to be the chef of this, executive chef." So this is executive chef stuff right here to set up. What I showed you how to create a project, this executive chef stuff. So you don't want to, don't worry about that at all. This is where you need to, they want you to just do this, cut onions, not build stuff like that. Anyway, so for now, I'm not going to call it from the other class because I don't want to throw things off. I'm just going to copy this. But understand, in about 2 weekends, I'm going to build one of those Red Lobster kitchen. Not so big, but somewhat big, to kind of show you how they organize things and where they put things and how they call things from one room to the other. Where once we build that project, you're not going to be needing any more creating project, and you'll start working on that, and you're going to get bigger and bigger on that. But do copy code from these projects that you're working on right now. You don't try to repeat if you don't really need to. But if you feel like, oh, I want to write it up scratch for my own practice, do it. But if you know something already, don't waste your time scratch writing. Copy it. So here's login using this method. And in here, with this method, I see that it takes username, user ID, and password. So I would put in user ID, which is, I forgot.
techfastdemo@gmail.com.
Yes. Easy to copy than type.
Hmm.
So I'm going to copy it. And
ABC123.
ABC ones. Okay. I know that's going to log me in, get me into the dashboard. Now, in the dashboard, I need to navigate to list contact space. So I already have the code, not going to do it all over again. We have this driver.findElement CRM menu. I'll just do it all over and not use this technique. Don't worry about it. So start. Here, need to click on CRM and right click inspect, and we saw that it was in sandwich inside. Oh, this was okay. So the CRM itself is really not anchored, not a link text. It's not. You see this? Maybe it might work, but look at this.
It's in the span, right?
It's inside the span. So, however, this href opens up right here. The sandwich closes right here. So these three elements are still inside. You might be able to make it work. May not. I don't really know. But safer bet might just be going with this class name, and that contains CRM. So an xpath for this would be the safest bet to go. I just go in here. I could just say, even if you just wanted to say the span, see span, and then contains text. Ready to go. Text.
Contain
CRM.
CRM, right?
CRM. You still get one. Here. So, not a problem. We can take that. It works. So that's your easy xpath. Driver.bindElement by.xpath, and then .click at the end. Sometimes I forget this, so, and then test is failing. Always make sure that you know what you're doing. This doesn't stop right here. This is just locating it, and then you have to add an action.
Action, yes.
Location and action. Now we know that this is going to fail because we saw it before, that right after you click on CRM, it takes half a second to open this up. Java is not going to wait half a second. Java is like really fast. As soon as it clicks on this, it's going to try to click on this and fail it. So we need to put an explicit wait right here. And here's how we did this. So Stanley, this is all you need to know. If you missed it, here's your lesson.
Yeah, thank you.
To do an explicit wait, you have to create an object of WebDriver wait. Web, it's kind of hard to pronounce. WebDriver wait. WebDriver wait class. You create an object, just like a scanner object. So this is like scanner, instead of saying WebDriver wait, just use small, lowercase, one word, wait. Use that new word to create that. Copy this whole thing. Now you're creating it. However, this does take two parameters. You need to know this. In fact, your company may have already set it up for you. So you can just ask your boss saying, hey, is there any explicit wait method that's already in the project, and he might say, yeah, just use this one. So you don't even have to mess around with it. We are going to put, now typically it's 60 seconds. I'll just leave it like that. Put your time right there, first thing. And then you have to tell it. Sorry, I think I got it wrong. You have to pass the driver first. You have to pass the driver. And you have to say how long it is, and that's going to be in time in seconds. So we'll just put 60 seconds. Okay. Now, what are we doing? Imagine like this. Driver is a guy, right? Kind of like a person with a lot of powers of the Chrome driver. You watch the monster movies, right? So this monster that we created, it's like a little superhero who has all the Chrome driver power. This web driver weight is going to eat this guy up. Okay? It's going to swallow driver. And then with this new, now it's being assigned to this weight guy. So this is a new superhero. So this superhero just swallowed driver. And now he is going to have the power of not just the web driver, but also the power of the driver. That means this weight guy can take and use all the driver stuff, plus give you a few more tricks up in his sleeves. And that's how I like to think of it, is makes me feel like this is more realistic, so to speak. I just kind of made it up in my. Anyway, so once you do that, now with this weight, you're gonna have a few things. You're gonna have a one thing that you do want to is until. There's a lot of other things I've never used them. I don't know how to use them. I just know this weight um, until, and after you use until, and there's a pretty prescribed sequence that you have to use this in. So um, always use it that way. Wait dot until, and inside this until method, you have to invoke another class called expected conditions. These are all part of Selenium jar files that you install from the POM file. Expected conditions dot, and if you do that, then you get this way lot of list of conditions that you can use. Nobody uses all of these. Well, if you knew how to use all of these, that would be awesome, but nobody cares. There's only maybe 3 or 4 that are typically used. Some may or may not even work. Sometimes I find they don't work very well. But what is it? The best one is visibility of element located. So if you dot visibility, you type it wrong, it's going to go away. Visibility, and then the rest part, maybe want to take a look at it here. Visibility of all element? No. Visibility of element located. Sorry about this pen. It just kind of took a screenshot and it shows up. I can't move it. And my other pen tool, the red dot kind of like goes all over the place. Don't know why that happens. It's super annoying. So visibility of element located, and it takes by locator. That's the one you want. It takes a by locator. And that's it. We're gonna click on this and that will show up right here. Visibility of elements visibility of element located. Enter. And over here, are you okay if I put a enter right here to bring this line down here? Any problem with that?
No.
No, no.
Okay. This is where you want to pass the element, where it says null, because right now there's nothing in there. It's null. So if you want to wait for an element, you have to pass the element right here. What's the element? This is the element locator. So if I pass this piece from by all the way out right here, because this is the way to find the element, because you see that, find element, and then by. So from by and all the way down here, if I copy that and paste it right here, it's going to wait for it, for that element, for 60 seconds up to maximum, and then fail. Now, we said we wanted to wait for this particular element here. That this takes a few seconds, maybe a second to open up. I want Java to wait for this element. Let's find this element. This element is showing up under this A tag. So we could use the linked text way of getting this. Therefore, we can just take this text piece, copy that text part, and paste it into our locator. So let's build a locator first. So the locator is going to be by.xpath, and then we put this xpath right here. Agree?
Yeah.
Sorry, we said link text. By.link text. It took link text, and then we put the name because it was under link text. That is our element locator. So you can just take this without the semicolon, just copy this whole thing and say, wait for this first, and paste it right here inside quotation. Takes it as a string. Or not. No, sorry. I guess not. What's the problem?
I think you gave the black slash.
Maybe, yeah, the double quote. Probably was double quote. It should be single.
Mm, mm.
No.
No, double quote is fine.
But I could store this on binary. What am I doing wrong? And I take this. That works. You're interrupting a live class. Close the door, do not knock again. Okay, so it should be able to just copy this. And paste it here. There you go. So I may have had a bracket or something wrong. Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Did I lose anybody?
Just a minute. Like why we use the link text instead of xpath?
Your choice. I mean, you can use a XPath, but we saw that this was XPath. It takes a little bit of work, doesn't it? You have to do the syntax and write all this stuff. If you can find the link text with the letter A and href,
Href. Okay.
it's easier.
Yeah, understood.
Because whenever you see A and href, we
You can use the
already
link.
learned this from our HTML class that this is going to become a link text,
Mhm.
a link, and that's the text that shows up right there. Even though it doesn't show up as like a link, but you as an engineer, you know that if it has the A tag and href, it is a link. It's not turned in blue because they didn't color it blue. They could do a color and then a color code. Decided not to. Okay. All right. So now we already know this element right here. This is what we're going to click on. We're going to click on. So this is explicit wait for list contacts page button. Now we're going to actually, after waiting, click on list contacts page button. So driver dot find element, and we already have this by dot that. That's the element of that. And then we can do dot click, and we are good there. Any questions so far?
One thing, like we are waiting. Why we are giving the 60 seconds wait? Because the page will take some time, right, to show the linked list contacts.
Take a look at this. I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to save this, and I'm going to run it. It was able to do it this time. We passed it. Let's do it a couple more times. Still working. Raju, did I show you it failed yesterday without the wait? I felt like I did show you that it was failing for that, but I'm unable to fail it. Yeah, it's not failing this time without the wait. I don't know. It normally fails.
Maybe the server is very fast today.
Maybe my computer is slow.
No, now it didn't work.
Oh, look at this. I took this
Now it
implicitly
failed.
wait. I took this implicitly wait off, and then I run it. It wasn't able to click on it,
Now it's
and
fine.
it failed. But if I take this implicit, but what if I don't put that implicit? And look at this. We'll leave that unused, but we're just going to use this and run it.
Now it good.
Worked.
So are we gonna use the explicit wait, implicit wait at the same time in the same code?
Yes.
Okay.
This is going to be designed for you from the architect. You never have to touch this. This is what you're going to be using. And you may need to use several other things in here under this dot visibility of element located. There's another one called dot clickable. Expected continuation, wait until clickable or something like that. It's on my notes page. So just look up, there's like 3 of them. Try to see how you can use them. I will use them as I build some test cases for you. Today, I'm just going to show you how to use dot visibility of element locate. it's going to wait till it's visible, and max wait is 60 seconds. Okay?
So that
Now,
that means
because
that
we're going to be using this over and over for various things, like this one, we saw that if we went to this page and we click add new contacts, and after we click add new contacts, we create a contact, Mike 111, and then we submit that. It takes a few seconds right here for this whole thing to show up. So we have to wait for this validation piece as well. Well, in that case, we may have to keep on rewriting this whole junk over and over again. So whenever you have a situation where you have to do over and over, you want to put that in a method with a simpler word. I would like to call this method. First thing you have to decide is, what do you want to call this method? How about we call it call wait for element? Wouldn't that be easier?
Yeah.
yeah.
Every time we want to, wait for an element, we just call wait for an element. And then we have to pass in some information, right? What do we need to do here? I mean, look into this tortilla maker and tell me what ingredients goes into this machine.
I mean,
What goes into this
the
machine?
element name and the wait time. I mean, the timeout.
We got the element locator here. You said the max timeout. Is there anything else this machine takes?
Driver.
The driver. So why don't we pass all three of these things and then we're done? You can start any way you want to, like whichever. You want to start with the driver first and then that and then the element, or you want to design it differently? You tell me. It doesn't matter. How do you like to design?
I mean,
Anybody has any say on it?
Driver, element name, and the timeout something.
Okay, so driver, Stanley wants driver first, the element name. That means this is the element. So I'm going to copy this element from here, because that's the element we want to wait for. Paste it in here. And then a comma. The wait time, 60 seconds. This is how the method is going to be. So instead of this huge tortilla maker machine, every time you bring the machine to your kitchen counter, we're going to take all this junk and put it down here. And every time we're going to call this method, wait for element, we're going to give it what this machine wants. This machine wants, number one, the driver. Two, the max time it's going to wait. And three, the element it's going to wait for. And we gave that. Number one, driver. Number two, how long it's going to wait. And the element it's going to wait for. With me so far? We're doing reverse engineering at this time. Now, if you hover over this element, this error, it's going to say, hey, I don't know what this is. I've never seen it.
So it will ask to create a method.
Yeah, and it's going to give you a recommendation of how to fix it, and that's create method, wait for element, and it tells you, look at this. I can't zoom in anymore on this. It goes away. Yeah, I can't. It doesn't let me zoom in.
Mm-hmm.
but hover over and select that option. It has these WebDriver. Look at this WebDriver, by, and int.
Integer.
So it's taking that 60-second as an int, the driver as the WebDriver that it's typed. Notice it's only telling the type of stuff it's taking. It's really not telling what it's taking. Not the value, just the type. If I click on it, it's going to come in pairs. Here's what just got created, this one. It got the WebDriver, and then it automatically named it driver 2. It told you the next thing is you're taking this by locator, and it gave it a reference name of link text, and he found the third item that you're passing in the tortilla machine is 60. So he's like, it's an int, and we're gonna call it I. What you need to do is you need to clean this up. This is not how you want it. You need to clean all this up, but you cannot delete these. The types are perfect, what the system figured, but these names are not perfect. Just call it drive. Just call this lowercase by. And this I does not make any sense if you say max time makes more sense. With me so far?
Yes.
Now, copy this whole junk, all of this junk, cut it out, paste it inside here.
It will be private or public?
This is global.
You can keep it private for this particular class only, but if you need to call this from a different class, you want to change that to public. And who can tell me what do I need to change here? Is this still done, or do I need to change something?
I think you need to change the line number. What is that? 48, because the link text is the list contact is the specific. We have to make it dynamic.
Absolutely
And
correct.
also,
You're correct. What else?
and the timeout also, the 60.
The 60 timeout also. You are also correct. What this is a hard-coded data. It will only wait 60 seconds, but didn't we say in our method, we can control the 60? If you don't know how method works, then you may be confused. You're passing 3 things right here: driver, the web element, locator, and how much time. This driver is getting passed to this driver and getting passed to this driver. So it's very fluid and dynamic. This element, however, is getting passed to this storage bin called by, but that is not getting passed right here. It's only going to wait for list context, even if tomorrow you want this method to wait for some other element, it's not. It's only waiting for list contacts. Today you pass list contacts, it's fine. Tomorrow if you pass, I don't know, Jason, it's not gonna wait for Jason. It's still gonna wait for list contacts. It's hard coded. You have to delete that and just use this temporary container in here, and that would take the hard coding off. So if you delete that and use this temporary container where you're storing the element that you want to wait for, Now it's becoming dynamic. The other thing is
Next time?
this 60 seconds that you put here, tomorrow you may need to put 30 or maybe 10. Depending on your situation, you can change that. This is a tortilla maker. You don't need to make 60 tortilla tomorrow. What if you got only a few guests coming in? You might want to make just 10 tortilla. But guess what? This 60 is coming in and waiting right here in the max.
Yeah.
But you never really used it. Your tortilla maker is set up to only do 60 every time, no matter if you say 30 or 10. Therefore, this is bad. Instead of that, if you take this max time, whatever that is you provide whenever you want to, replace this 60 with that max time. Then if tomorrow you want to make only 10 tortilla, that 10 is going to come and store right here, go through that max time, and then that max time is going to go right here, and it will always be dynamic. Your machine is now done. Okay, any question? Again, this might already be created for you, and you are going to ask, is there a method that I can use to wait for an element? And your boss might say, yeah, it's something called wait for element, just use that. And you're just going to use that. If you see they don't have more, you want to create a few more, wait for element to be clickable, wait for element to disappear, which I will show you later down the road. You can create more of these and start using them. But we're done. We now have a one-line code to wait for element. Any question before we go out for a 5 minutes break?
So the explicit wait works on the specific elements, not for all elements.
Correct. Only specific element.
And we can change the wait time because of that.
Yes, and it has a default polling. Poll is like how many times you call or how many times you check. So you're waiting right here. And here's your window. And so this is Stanley. This is Raju. Raju is supposed to come. And you're like, I'm just going to wait 60 seconds and then I'm going to give up on him if he doesn't. And what you're doing is every second, every 1 second, you look through the window. And if you don't see him, you look again back after another second. So each second you look and then you look away, look and then look away. You're checking every second for up to 60 seconds. If you see Raju, then you're like, hey, good, okay, let's go. Do some shopping, you do something else. But you wait, and 60 seconds gone, you look 60 times and Raju did not show up. You fail it with something called timeout exception. Okay?
You said something then, no such element or something, right?
Not for this case. Whenever your test fails for waiting, it will fail with this exception called timeout exceptions. Study that, it will be an interview question. Let's take 5 minutes, we'll come back.
Okay.
Let me know if you're back. Everybody back?
Yes.
Okay, so far we have we waited for the contacts, we clicked on the contacts page, and that is going to show up this list contacts. And we're going to be clicking on add new contacts. So if I inspect that, that's also a link text. You can use a link text, you can use XPath, you can use CSS or anything that you desire, depending on how the information is. Um, Notice that even though it's not under any other element obvious, but this I ended up closing right here, so it cannot be under I. The A started here, A closed here, so most likely it is under A. But I'm going to show you a way to use an XPath axis to get that, to convey the idea of how to do this. This is the
Can I ask
last
a
piece
question?
of XPath that you need to learn.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Okay, say for example, like we gave like 20 seconds for one element to find the least contact, but the Selenium was able to find within 3-4 seconds. Still, it will wait for 20 seconds, or it will what it gonna do?
It's only going to wait for however long it takes for that element to show up, not the entire 60 seconds. If it shows up in 15 seconds, it will stop at 15 seconds. If it shows up at 49 seconds, it will stop at 49 seconds and not have to wait that extra up until 60.
Okay.
That's the beauty of this.
Okay, so that's why we are not using the thread, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I mean, that is this is the reason we are not using the thread.sleep.
Correct. Because thread.sleep is, if you put 60 seconds, what is it going to do?
It will wait for whole 60 seconds every
It
time.
will, exactly. Even if the element showed up in 2 seconds, it's going to wait for 60 seconds. We don't want that. We don't want our test cases to wait that long. We want it to be dynamic. Like, hey, if today it took me 5 seconds to get to the door to greet my guest, tomorrow it might take 10 seconds. But if I put in 60, it's going to be like, okay, I opened the door, but I can't shake your hand because I got to wait 60 seconds. That's thread sleep. You don't want thread sleep. You want dynamic, like real people. I could open the door today in 2 seconds, no problem. But you put in a max. You're like, huh, if I can't get to my door in 60 seconds, the guest better just leave. That's your dynamic wait of 60 seconds max. That or chances are that if you can't make it to the door in 60 seconds, that means you're not home and the guests are gonna leave. Total real world situation. Okay. So XPath axis is a way of uses the kind of like x-axis, y-axis, uses the mathematical x-y axis idea to apply to locate elements in DOM, in the DOM. And what that means is, let me bring this down here. Take a look at this. In mathematics, we have this coordinates that you've seen called x-axis and y-axis. Remember that in math class?
Yeah.
So here we have the similar situation. You will notice that all of these have their own individual line. Like this one starts right here and it will close probably somewhere. This arrow, this particular div, has a relation to another. And kind of like the sandwich bread that we talked about. Like I can close this and open this and you can kind of see what's together. The A opens up and closes right here. And inside here, this is the axis. It even shows you a line. Look at this line right there. It has a line in there showing you that this div opened up and then it's pretty much aligned and closed right here. So you have to be able to identify those things first. If you can identify that, in that case, you will notice a few relationships that I'm about to show you, which is more like a parent-child relationship. Anything that you see towards the top are the parents. And anything that you open up become children. So take a look at this. This HTML is like God. And God created Adam and Eve. Okay? And from there it starts. And if you open up this body part, it's going to give you all of that. Let's open up the head part first to take a look at it. This should be simpler. Not a good example. Body. So in this body, you have something called section. Section is the father. Open it up. This div is the child. Let me zoom in a little bit more and max this out. Instead of saying father, this body is the parent of this child called section. This div is the child of the parent section. Okay. If you open up the div has its own children. In fact, div has two kids, one a boy and a girl. And nav and div are siblings. You understand the meaning of siblings, right? Brothers, sisters? See, how I know they're siblings is because they are under the same parent. And they are located, notice, exactly on the same axis. They're on the same level. One didn't scoot down on this side. If it scoots down, that means like it becomes child. So in this exact same level of x-axis and y-axis, these two becomes children of div, but also siblings to one another. One followed the other, though. Their first kid was Nev. Nev came in first, and then Div was born later. So Div followed Nev. Okay? Followed means comes later. But if I wanted to look at it the other way, then I could say Nev preceded Div. Preceded is the opposite word of follow. Okay? Preceded or presiding. Preceding. Anytime you hear that word, it's like comes before. And followed means comes after. So Div followed Nev, came after Nev. And Nev was born preceding Div, meaning born before. Okay, any questions so far?
No.
Now,
No.
one thing is, yeah, then who is section in relation to Nev and Div?
Grandfather.
Grandfather.
Grandparent.
Very good. Grandparent. But we don't have anything called grandparent in expat
Yes,
Axes.
right.
We call this ancestor. Okay. So I'm going to use the word ancestor. Anything not a parent, anything above the parent is going to be an ancestor. That means this body is going to be an ancestor, right? Body's child is going to be section. Section's child is going to be div. Div's child is going to be nav and div, but their ancestor can go anything beyond the parent. So this nav's ancestor would be section. Nav's ancestor would be the body as well. And you can go back as back as you want to with their tag names. So let me show you some of these rules right here, and then show you how to use this. Now, a couple of things that we are going to use. I'm going to show you first a parent-child. Parent. So if I wanted to find a parent tag, parent element, which is parent, it will goes to the immediate parent node of the current node. Let me explain what that means. And here's how it's written. First, you find your xpath. Okay. You got your tag name, open, close, and then you have your attribute equals value. And suppose you got this much, you got it hooked right there, but unfortunately, that's not the element. You can't get to the element because that element doesn't have anything in it. But you can use this parent-child relationship to be able to get to that. The syntax is you put two double colon, 1 and 2. Sorry, not that. Mix up sometimes. You write the word parent in lowercase. So if you find some sort of parent, like you're like, I've got this element, but I don't want this. I want his parent, but his parent doesn't have any attribute for me to hook into. In that case, what you do is you do a / and you write the word parent and then you put 2 double colons, and then you put the tag name of the parent tag name. Okay, that will take you to the parent. Let me show you how to use that. And it's kind of hard to give you an example of what might be a good example, but let me see if I can whip out something. Okay. Suppose you want to connect to this. This is the tag you want. This is the node you want to connect to, or the locator you want to find. But unfortunately, is there any ID there or name? We know that ID is a good thing. If it has a name, it's unique. But this tag or this element does not have any ID, and it has a class, but this class keeps repeating, so it's like you're getting 3 out of sorry, 1 out of 10. That means like there's 10 class sidebar dash collapse. You're like, I can't work with that. Your element is not going to work. If you don't find 1 out of 1, it's not going to work. But you're like, I see something interesting. You open it up and you're like, hey, I got this child. This div has a child who has an ID. I don't need the child, but I can get to the child. I can go to Jimmy and say, Jimmy, can you take me to your father? Because Jimmy has an ID. I can find the Jimmy by ID. And then say, Jimmy, can you take me to your father? Jimmy's like, yeah, he just lives right here. So you find Jimmy, you find the child, and you get to the parent. And that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to first find this kid because it has ID. So I'm going to go in here and let me mark this that this is what we need, not the child, but we're going to go through the child. So somebody give me the XPath for the child. How do I write that? You should know this by now. Come on, unmute yourself, talk to me. If you're not practicing this, you're not going to be ready for an interview.
Which one you want? The for the side menu?
Yes, the one with ID.
I will
So
set up
this is yeah, go on.
double front slash.
// Come on, keep faster.
UL.
I didn't hear you.
Tag name.
You're telling me the syntax. I need the answer. Give me the value.
Okay, it is the
UL.
nav
Here's
nav then
here,
class add class equals
this is the element
value
we
that
want,
is there.
but we're gonna go
Sidebar
through
column.
this guy first.
UL. Yes, the UL.
Correct. UL. Look how many we found.
Square bracket. 15.
15.
Very good. 15 is not gonna work. We need to get to that particular kid right there.
Square bracket.
Square bracket.
Uh-huh.
Okay. At ID
ID
equals the value is side menu
Side hyphen menu. I mean with the yeah.
with the comma. Yes.
single quote side dash menu. How many
Bracket
do we
close.
have now?
Yeah, 1 of 1.
1 of 1. Okay. We now found the child and we want to go to the father, that's what we want. But this father doesn't have an ID. We wanted to hook it to an ID because ID doesn't really change. This class name they could change that tomorrow your XPath is going to fail. If they change this class name tomorrow, your XPath is going to fail. Or there may be 10 of these class names and you can't find something unique. But one thing you notice that what's unique about this is he has a kid, he has a child who has a unique ID, doesn't match with anybody else's child. So you take this child here, you're like, let me go to this child because he's the one and only in the world. And then we can go to his father. That makes his father very unique. But if I just want to go to John, his father, I see like there's 10 Johns in this country. And it doesn't know which one to go to. So you hook it to the child with an ID, and then you do a forward slash, write the
parent,
word parent, and put
double
two double colon.
colon,
Here you stop, and what you do is you put a star symbol first.
NAV.
If you put a star symbol, it should light up. If it doesn't light up, your spelling is wrong, or you missed maybe this forward slash, or you maybe put semicolon instead of colon. I don't know, whatever that is. If you put a star and nothing lights up, you better check this to see if you made any mistake. And I guarantee you 100% that you made a mistake. So always make sure that you put a star, see it light up. That means you got it right. Your spelling is okay. And then delete that. Just give it the name of that div right there. The father's tag name, div. There you go. Look at this. 1 of 1. This XPath becomes an advanced best XPath to connect to this father element right here, to that element. Even though you had to go through the child to get that, if you use this principle, first of all, you will never have a problem connecting to any element, even when the developers are horrible and they did not have IDs. They should have IDs in every single one of these. Every single node should have an ID, should have a name, something unique. You can even request your developers to add that for you. Sometimes you might have difficulty finding if you're not good at XPath. But I'm giving you tools of this XPath right here that will allow you the ability to connect to anything.
How about an ancestor?
Yes, we will do that right now. So what if we wanted to, we found an ID. Let's do the other one first. The
ID wrapper. This
child.
is
Let's go in a sequence. We did the parent. Let's do the child. The child is going to go to the immediate child. Node of the current node where you are. So if you find a node, it will go to immediate child node. Same thing. You guessed it. Example is you find the first element, tag name. Just copy this. You do a forward slash. You write the word child. You put double colon and then the child tag name. And that should do it. Let's take a look at a good situation here. Suppose I want to get to, again, we want to do this element right here, but I don't want to go through child. But we notice that there is a ID right here. That's not going to work because if this is the parent, then this becomes a child. This is not. But we can take this role navigation. We have some attribute that's unique, if it is unique, and then connect to this as a child. Let's see if that works. Somebody give me the XPath to connect to this node.
// NAV square bracket at role
equals
navigation
in single column.
How many did we find?
We got two.
Two. So that's not gonna be good. We first need to find one of one, then we can get to this one. So that's not going to work. What we can do is I'll show you a way to go from this ID.
This is ancestor.
This is ancestor, yeah. No, that's not a good way. Not a good way to do that. What if we wanted to put a little bit from here and then see if we can make that unique? How about we add an and? And can we say this part right here, nav bar dash default, maybe? This could be unique. So how about contain?
And class?
But we start with the contains, that way we can only take a little bit of it instead of the whole thing. Contains. And inside contains, we can say @class. Always remember, if it doesn't have a bracket, you have to put the @ class. But that only takes a comma, not an equal. And now you can just type in some piece of it. Nav bar dash default. How about if I write that? Nav bar dash default. Look,
Yeah, you got it.
Now
Yeah, we got one.
if I go back here, one of two, but if I say why one of two, if you hit another enter, it will take you to the second element it found. Look at this. Nav bar.
Stop.
Yeah, there's that nav bar dash. There's that nav bar dash. It's actually finding that piece right there. So it found another element, and that element also has this navigation. However, if I go to that first one, it has something called default, which the other element does not have that word. So if I just even type in D, it becomes unique. 101. But that doesn't look nice if we do D. Just say default. Now we are hooked to one solid element right here, but that's not the one we want. We want this guy right here who has nothing good. So at this time, you can hit a child command. You could say /child ::* If it lights up, you're good. But don't use the star, because if you use the star, if there's one more child down here, it's gonna roll down again. Because star means all children. You're lucky that he only has one kid. This nav only has one kid right now. But tomorrow, if they add another node right here, you're going to be in big trouble because it's going to be one of two. So use that tag name to solidify that there. Oopsie. There. Any question about the child?
Not for me.
Okay. We go to ancestor. See ancestor. And I'm not going to write anymore. It's in the notes. And this is how you would use syntax is / ancestor ::, and then tag name. Take a look at this. Let's break it down here. Suppose I want to connect to this guy, Nav. But Nav doesn't have an ID. How about for fun, we go from here. We know we can find this guy, but we can't connect to this guy. So we're going to connect to this guy first, then go here. It doesn't matter how far you want to go. So let's connect to this. Somebody give me a XPath for the CRM.
I mean, span double / span.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we have 23. So I think the square bracket contains text CRM.
Contains
first bracket, then text first bracket. A single quote
CRM. Very good. Very good. So we got this element, but we don't want this element. We like this element because it has the CRM word. So it's really easy to hook to and easily to get one-of-one. However, we want this guy, and this guy doesn't have an ID. So we can say, sorry, what was that? The nav guy we wanted didn't have an ID. So we can just say / ancestor ::* make sure it works. It went all the way up to God.
all the way.
We don't want all the way up to God. We just want it up to nav. So backspace that, write the nav tag name, and you're there. We found the node of this, and then with the ancestor word syntax, we jump from here and connect it to that element. If you use this XPath, you will really just be hooking to that particular element and has nothing to do with this, but it's a good hook for you. You're like, that will never change. That's the menu. Developer will never change that. So if I hook here and slingshot myself to this nav icon, whatever you want to do with that tag, and no matter how many things developers keep adding right here, your XPath is solid. Your test will never fail.
ID is always unique. ID is always unique.
90% of the time.
And the name?
90%. Sometimes you may find they're not, but you are the decision maker at that point. When you're going to be investigating the DOM, you might see a lot of problems, challenges. Sometimes it can take you 1 hour to find and write the XPath when you go working for a company. And it's totally okay.
Okay.
It's okay you take 1 hour to find a good XPath. Your boss is not going to say, hey, why did it take you 1 hour to write one line? They know it. They know what you're going through. The DOM may not be nice. There may not be unique names and IDs in there.
Say, like in this particular case, you just selected that nav ancestor. So if we, in future, if the developer added like 2-3 lines inside it, it will not affect, it will not change.
Unless they use the same name, same tag name.
Right. And I cannot tell you that it's still not going to fail. It could still mess up this element so bad, it could still fail. You just have to be ready for it. But I can promise you that if you have 100 test cases and they're developing code, they're changing things, you might get 2-3 test cases passing every day, failing every day. And you need to go in there and spend a couple of hours to change the XPath. That's called maintenance, automation maintenance. When you get a job as a test automation engineer, you're not only going to create new test cases, but you also have to maintain your old test cases that are going to fail because your XPath is no longer good.
So this is the best one among all the experts. This is the best way.
For this particular situation, this is the best thing that I could think of right now. But your situation might change. Every element hooking is unique, it's different. So all I can say is that you have to be creative when you look at it. And guys, this is why artificial intelligence cannot win over human. This is where you are still gonna have job security for the next 20, 30 years. I think more, because I don't know how they can replace this intuition of human to be able to look at all these and create a judgment of which one is going to be a better way to hook the other. Okay? So I'm giving you tools for you to analyze in that level, and you come up with the best XPath you can. Let me finish this up because we got to move on. You got this ancestor. I'll give you 2 more. There may be more than that you don't need, but there's one called, before I say, let me look at a situation here. Okay, let me show you this right here. This element. Suppose I have span at the rate this. Look how many I found.
9.
9. Suppose for any reason, I don't know what it is, you need that element. You need to hook to that element. But with this class name that I used, there is 9 of them. Well, do you give up and go home? No. With XPath axes, you know that this guy is unique because this guy has the CRM thing that will never change. It's the menu. So you could hook it to that guy and go to this guy saying, hey, you guys are brothers and sisters. I see that your parent is A, and you guys are on the same axis right here. This I and span and span. I was born first, then span, and then another span. So you guys are siblings. Siblings.
So here we should use A as a parent.
No, I'm going to show you a different way to do this. I'm going to say
Okay.
that I'm going to go to your brother first, and I'm going to say, go to the next sibling or following sibling. Okay, instead of saying next, we're going to say following. Following is like comes after, meaning after. Preceding, pre means before. So when you hear the word preceding, it's pre, before. This would be preceding sibling. This would be following sibling. So I'm going to use this following sibling idea to hook to this guy and only be one of one instead of one of nine. So watch this. Let me just show you the notes a little bit first. D is called following, Follow, spelling matters, following dash sibling. Okay, and the syntax for that is /, single /, following dash sibling, same way, ::, tag name. So somebody, well, Stanley, you already gave me the element for that, which was span, and you said contains text. Are we good so far?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now I want to go. I can't say parent. I can't say child. They're on the same level. They're sibling. I need to hook to this guy. So
Following.
/ following dash sibling : star to see if I made any mistake in spelling. I didn't. So I backspace that and say
Span, right?
Look at that. Did I get 101?
Yeah.
I now have connected to a unique element that doesn't have any ID or name or anything, or even class equals something unique. It doesn't. This would be a very solid XPath for this guy here. What if I wanted this? I needed to connect to this guy.
Preceding sibling.
Preceding sibling.
Instead of following, you just say preceding, preceding. And what you want to do. So let's just rewrite the whole thing so you can see. / preceding dash sibling : start to make sure you wrote it correctly. Back that up and write the letter I for the tag name, and you got 101. Any question?
No.
It's in the chat box now. Let's take 5 minutes. Come back and we'll finish up our test case. Let's get carried on. Now that we know how to get all kinds of XPaths, there's really nothing for you to stop and say, I can't find an element anymore. You have all the 7 different ways of getting XPath. Can somebody give me those 7 different element locators? Come on, whatever you can remember first. This is an interview question. What are
CSS.
some of the ways you locate your elements is how they're going to ask you the question.
The first one, CSS.
Okay. You want to say CSS selector, the whole word.
CSS selector. Okay. And then xpath on a link text.
Is there only one person? Y'all can think of anything else?
ID, class name, partial link test.
Yeah, partial
ID.
link text.
Class name, partial link text. And name.
Okay. Those are the sevens that you need to have it in the tip of your tongue. This would be a flashcard that you want to create, write it the way you want to. The question might seem like it's very a difficult question that they're asking you, very technical, really not. You just need to repeat these 7 words and say these are the 7 kinds. They might nitpick you on, hey, is one better than the other? You're going to say it depends. You saw how it depended. If it has a unique, you're going to say if it has a unique ID, I choose the unique ID. If it has a unique name, I choose that. If not, if it's an obvious link text, we go with that. If none of these work, we use xpath. You can, if he doesn't ask you anything about xpath axes, if you're good at this, I just showed you, just tell him I use xpath axes as well. Kind of sell yourself, you know? You got to sell yourself that I got these skills. Even if they don't ask you and you feel like they didn't ask you certain things that you're good at, sell yourself there. Don't just say, I know how to cut onions, but you can also say, I know how to fillet a salmon, but they didn't ask you anything. You could just throw that in there. So do that. Okay? They could ask you why CSS selector is better. You just say it's faster. It might be faster in some cases. Just say that. I don't really know how. Why? Or I never even notice why it's faster. It never mattered to me. But this is like a theoretical skill. Just say this might be faster in some cases. Okay? That's it. All right, let's finish our test automation now. We clicked on list contacts. We are going to click on this add contacts. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use xpath axis, even though I don't have to, but I want to because I want to show you how this can be done. I am going to use this thing here called way up here, this form thing, and I'm going to go down here. So I have this form called method post. So /form and method post.
At
Mhm.
method.
Oh, that's not good. I got 2 of 2. That is not good.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably not a good candidate. No, this is not a good candidate. I'm gonna have to go through a lot of hoops. Maybe this guy.
Mhm.
Let me see again. Inspect. So this ID, this has an ID. Go way down here. Yeah, we might be able to hook it to this guy. Come way down here.
Yes.
So going through a big hoop. Given that this ID is unique, if not, then we got a problem. I'm gonna say star just to be a little different. We found two. No, sorry, I didn't even copy the ID properly. Where is it?
It just
There.
crossed.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
And then take that, delete this piece. Oh, 101. And then I need to hook it to this guy. This is a child. This is the ancestor, but I can't use the word ancestor, can I?
Yes.
So you have to write the child.
I can't even use a child.
No, no, you cannot. How can you use the child? Because it goes to the immediate parent.
Correct. If I use child, it's only gonna go here. If I use ancestor, it's gonna go way up in the tree. But I need this guy. Here's another thing you can do. Just use another double forward slash. This will take you down anywhere you want to, but you do have to use that tag name with that. And if there's a unique tag name right under that, you're good. If you have a double, you are in problem. So you may need to put more filler in there to see that. So let's do this. I'm hoping it's unique. I do forward slash, two forward slash, go all the way down anywhere in that family
Okay.
line. A, whew, I got 222. So xpath axis is also not good for this one. Best thing would be the link text. So
So
I would just use link text, but look at this space right here.
yes.
That's gonna be a problem. So I would use partial link text and just use add new. That should be fine. So driver, this is gonna be click, add contact button, driver.find element, by dot partial link text, and in here say add new. Hopefully add new, there's nothing else there, and then dot click. If there's a problem, you may need to put more information in there. Once we click on that, we're going to put some names and information, and we're going to do this drop down right here. So let's go ahead and type in the name. Luckily, these do have IDs. What if I wanted to use some sort of xpath axes? Still complicated. I can't really show you in here. This page doesn't require you to use xpath axes. Let's take this input ID account. We can use just by ID should be fine too. So input ID account. So just use this word account. Go here. enter name into name field. Do you see later this would become a method name? Click on add contact button, enter name into name field. This would become individual methods. Okay. So driver dot find element, we're going to say by dot ID. And we don't need xpath, so we're just going to put the name of the ID value in here. And then say send keys. And whatever name we want to send here is going to go in there. Let's say if I say Mike, it's going to put Mike. Excuse me 1 second, please. Sorry about that. So we can put in this Mike. Let's take a look at see how things are working so far. Let's do a run. There's that Mike right there. Are we good so far?
It can be duplicate.
Yes.
It can be duplicate, so we need to make it unique. Yesterday we talked about
Mike 1, 2, 3.
like Mike 1, 2, 3. Yeah, if I put Mike 1, 2, 3 here, it's gonna be Mike 1, 2, 3 every time. You're gonna run this test case at least once a day.
We want to generate a random number with it.
Correct. Let's slap a random number with this and let's not hard-coded Mike like that. So let's create a name, a string, put a storage called name. Plus, we want to access that. We want that name to validate a few things way down here. So let's put it in a storage called name. And yeah, sure, we'll call it Mike, but we want to slap a number right behind him, which should be unique every time. Mike, we'll put an underscore. It looks nice. So you can see the number, underscore, and then the plus sign over here, I'm going to put this unique number. And suppose this unique number is like, suppose 4345 for now. This is hard coded. So now the question is, how do I get this 3-digit number that's going to be unique?
That is random 999.
Random. So there's a method called random.
Creating another method called random.
Creating another method. So creating an object, perhaps.
Object.
Yes. So an object to replace that. Let's do that. There is a class called random in Selenium. Random, actually Java. Random. Give it a name, whatever you want. We just call it lowercase ran.
Random.
Sure. Random. That's fine. New.
Is new.
Uppercase
Yes.
random. And import that. And you're done. Now you have this powerful guy. And with this guy, you can replace this random dot. There's something called next int. And there's one with int bound. You can tell what maximum to go to, and you can just say 999, and it will take 3-digit all the way up to 999. Not one more, because if it gets one more, it becomes how many digits?
4 digits.
It becomes 4 digits. We don't want 4 digits. We always want 3 digits. But if you wanted 4 digits, just put another 9 there. But don't put 1,000 because then it's going to be 3 digit or 4 digit when it peaks the 1,000. Okay, yeah, I'll just keep it like that. So now this mic and then this random number comes up. And this is for system's sake. We just want to print it out and see how it looks. This is how you can take this name and print it out. Each time it generates one. Okay. And don't put mic in here. Instead, what do I need to put?
Name.
Good job. Notice, as soon as I write the name word, this gets light up, this gets lit up, telling this is the same
It
as
gets
that.
linked.
It's linked together. They're all the same. Run it for one good sake. Let's see how it looks like. There, Mike underscore 641, like that. Okay. I'm going to show you how to handle this particular element. You already know how to handle other elements. So let's do this. Maybe do one more, okay? Maybe do email right here. We're going to fill in the name and email. Inspect. Here's the email. Also has a good ID called email. We can take that.
Just one question, like if we see there's an ID, so we definitely gonna use the ID, right?
Definitely use the ID as long as it's unique.
Okay.
Enter email. And if I wanted to do that, and you can, for you, I would say fill in the blank, the whole thing. I am doing this because I want to save your time. I don't want to waste your time in filling all this form. They're all the same. If I right click inspect, you will see all of them start with input. They have a unique ID to them. So it's going to be piece of cake for you to fill the rest of them. The only place you're going to get stuck is on this thing called drop down. I will show you that shortly. That's the one I want to show you. So enter email driver.findElement by.xpath, sorry, name
ID.
ID, and ID we found
Email.
was
Email.
And
Dot send keys.
Send keys. What's going on with my finger?
Yes, we can create another string called email.
What did I do here? Dot send. Oh. Do you want to do another random?
Yes, that will be better.
Okay. How about we put a random, all of that in here, and we're not going to save it because we don't really need to validate it. So we could just say a string.
Random.
Can we use the same random for it?
We can even use this mic, the random number, and then add somebody. Like this.
Yeah, with a plus sign, right?
Yeah. We can say name.
Name plus at the rate. Yeah.
Plus at the rate. All of that needs to be in a string.
Yeah.
At the rate gmail.com.
Yeah.
So this is going to become Mike underscore 3-digit random number. And then it's going to connect this at the rate gmail.com. Let's see how it looks.
But we are hard coding this because we don't know what is the actually customer's email is.
Yeah, they might not be Gmail, something else.
That's correct.
Yahoo Mail or anything else.
That's correct. So ideally, you wouldn't do this. But we're just going to keep it simple for now. Now, our next step, we're going to select a country. All right. Suppose we want to select this country, Spain. And how are we going to do that? So when you inspect this, notice, oh, bummer. Oh, there you go.
Does it have child? A lot of child?
Look at this element, yeah. And you may not, if you right click on this and inspect, it may not take you to the right place, okay? So keep in mind that when you inspect this element, this got highlighted. What you need to do is scroll up. Keep scrolling up
Select
until you
name country.
something called select. This select is what controls this element here. And they have parent-child relationship. Yes, they do have parent-child relationship. Can you do a xpath axis to do that? Sure.
Yes.
I
Of
think it will
course.
work, but I'm going to show you both ways. Let's see if we wanted to do xpath axis. We would first hook it to the select. Look, it has ID.
ID country.
Country.
Yeah. How would you do that now?
Jump forward.
// is only going to take you here. It's going to open here. Not going to take you to this guy. This is sister. They're sisters, siblings. So // will take you to the children of these guys and way, way down there, grandchildren. And you may, and it may or may not even work because what are you going to say? Click on it. You're going to say click. You can't do send keys. So if you click on it, it may or may not work. But I want to show you. Let's see. Let's see what we got, if we can handle it. Let's connect to this select.
Select.
// select. @ paste it. Good so far?
Yes.
I'm going to go hoops and loops. How about we go to following sibling?
The class.
Can we go to following sibling right here? But if you just wanted to see whether it contains span equals
Span.
X, it's not going to work. Watch this. If I say // span, nothing.
No, you need to do single //
What?
and following hyper sibling.
Just sibling?
No.
Following?
Following.
Following
Sibling.
sibling? Okay, look where it goes.
Yeah, the next one.
So
No, not following sibling. Following sibling always goes to the next one.
Next one, yeah.
But don't we
have to jump. We have to jump.
If you're on the right path, actually. If you connect to this, which we did first, and we want to get to this guy, we have to go through this following sibling. We have to. If you don't do this following sibling with this father, this is the only way you can get to this guy.
and
Why can't we go directly?
should we say and?
You can only go directly to the children of this person, which is, if I open this up, there's a lot. Okay, you can go there, but where you wanted to go is inside the belly of this uncle. Okay, so with this following sibling star, you actually connected right here. You're good. So far, so good. Now you can say another // span, and it will take you here. But if you hit another enter, it will take you to the next one. Hit another enter, it will take you to this one. Another enter will take you to this one. Well, you know it's a third one. Sorry, it's a second one or something. Or did it not take it in there? One. Well, that's the first one. And // span 1, 2, 3.
This one.
Yeah. You could hard code it like this and say 3. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. But you could say span
Contains.
Okay? Keep going.
Text.
Mm-hmm.
Spain.
Yes. You got it.
But you have kept the star sign after the following sibling.
Mm-hmm. How could that be beneficial?
So it will highlight the exact thing that we are looking for.
Do you need to keep this?
Yes. This piece, let me explain this, hooks you to this guy, yes? This piece, following sibling star, says that I don't care what his name is.
Parent of the country.
It's saying that with the star, I don't care about the name span. If tomorrow this becomes a div, if tomorrow, day after tomorrow, this becomes a nav, doesn't really matter. Just get me that sister who follows. How can that be beneficial is that tomorrow, if developer comes in and changes this span to a div, your XPath is still good.
But then why we didn't keep that star? Why we were actually practicing ancestor, following sibling, preceding sibling? Why didn't we keep?
Sometimes you might want to keep it, sometimes you don't.
Okay.
Kind of a hit or miss. I mean, if I write the word span right here, it will still be okay today. If tomorrow they change that to div, this is gone. But if I put star in there, if they change it to div, it will still work. So use it sparingly, just use your sense and you'll see the issue. When your test fails and you go in there and see that something changed, you will know how to become better at it. This is why experience matters a lot. Anyway, the biggest question is this gonna even work? So let's take that whole junk and we're gonna say, hey, just select that. So select Spain from the drop-down menu. Driver.findElement by.xpath. Here's that junk.
Yes. Can we go to Spain directly?
We can go to Spain directly.
Yeah, if it works, then we can go directly to that one.
And then I'm gonna just bring this down here and then write dot. I suppose you gotta do an action, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Click.
Dot click. Now let's see if it really works. I doubt it.
Select.
There is no such thing as select on the Selenium. There is that mic. Look, it didn't work. It's still United States, and it's still waiting for maybe 60 seconds, and then it's gonna fail, or it probably already failed. Where's this JUnit?
No, still waiting.
Still added. There.
Yeah, now it's failed.
Failed. And the failure reason, no such element exception. And look at this. ID equals country, the following sibling, and all that junk that we just did. So it's not going to work. Here's how you make it work. This is for that particular class. When you have a drop-down select, there is a class that you need to invoke. So whenever you want to select an element, you only need to pass in the, here's the syntax, let me read this. So what you do is you create an object of the select class. Select, capital select, and then do a lowercase select equals new select. And in here, you pass in the account, the locator, element locator. Element locator. When you do that, then you have this guy who has some methods for you to click on anything that you want for that drop down. It will actually do two things. You see, there's not just one click going on here. You first click on it, and then there's a scroll up and down, and then you go click on something else. So there's like at least two clicks going on there. And we only used one click in our code with this method. Only one click.
Yeah, so we need to do the 2 clicks.
Even with 2 clicks, it's not gonna work. So I don't want to waste your time. I want to show you what works. This is going to work, and you need to learn it as well, not just for the heck of it, but because they will ask you, nitpick on you on this. So, first, create this select equals new select
Element locator.
and pass the element in here. So hover over import. Come on, don't be shy. Selenium support UI, select API Apache. There's 2 of them. I'm not quite sure. I would just go with the Selenium, okay? Don't go with the Apache one. Go with the OpenQA Selenium support UI. If you don't see that, that could be a problem. So now it's asking pass add argument to match web element. So you have to put in web element here. Now, unfortunately, I do have to show you something, and this is the time. You saw yesterday's class that you can store these elements. Okay, let's go find the element first. And then we'll take a baby step here. But you must know how to do this today. You can't wait any longer. This country, inspect, and I see that it goes somewhere, but it's the select. Whenever you see the select tag name, that's the one you want. You go get that element. It has an ID, country. Take it because it's unique. So design that element by.xpath, sorry, ID. Put the ID in here, and you're done actually. You located it. With me so far? Nothing new, right?
Mhm.
This is the locator. This is how we locate. You saw this is how we located all these elements. So no big deal. But what if you wanted to temporarily store this somewhere? You don't want to do it. You don't want to insert this immediately. You want to store it somewhere. Like we were inserting this right here. But you can also store it somewhere. The way to store it is this by class. You gotta that's the type where you need to store it, not string, not int. You store it in the by class, by type. Class and type is, by the way, same thing. This will blow your mind. Every class is a data type. Where you can store things. Look, this is a storage. That's a class. It's a storage name. So we use the same principle. You can actually store it under called by, give it a lowercase name called by. Actually, that would be bad. You can just say select country drop down. Country drop down. Locator. Okay? I'll give it a big name called country drop down locator. You've got to give it a meaningful name. And then you do that. Any questions so far? Any problem with that? Anybody has any problem with that? I created an element. I stored it in a cabinet called country drop down locator. That's it. I don't have to use its junk anymore. I can just use that. Okay, I assume silence means no problem. Now,
Actually,
No,
I don't know
hello.
whether I know or not know. Because it makes a confusion. Earlier we did anything like with the new. So this is instead of new by.id. So it
I see.
takes time to understand the things again.
I see. I see. But does it make sense though so far?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So just like by can store this guy, there is another bad boy lurking around out in the streets who can actually store this whole thing from here to here. Okay? Kind of like a small storage container that can store only the locator, but there is a big storage building that is climate controlled who can actually store all of this all the way from driver, meaning you can even drive the car in there. It will store it. His name is web element. Okay. That big storage container name is web element. You can give it a name this time. The naming convention is if it's a locator, you end with the word locator. If it's this whole web element, you name it, you end it with element. So the way I would name this whole thing, I would say country drop down element. When you see this word ending in element, that will give you a hint that it is this whole thing starts with the driver, then the find element, then the by and all of that. So I will sandwich this whole thing in here with this driver dot find element, and then instead of that, by dot country. This whole thing is going to go here. And you hover over. You don't need to instantiate. This one comes with Selenium. Just import. And you got this big storage warehouse, climate controlled, and you can get all that. Take a few seconds to marinate this. Talk to me. What's weird about it?
We can change. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can change this by ID with a country drop-down locator.
With what?
Can we change the driver dot find element then country drop-down locator?
Yes. Very good observation. We don't really need to, but what he's saying is, well, this guy is getting stored in this guy. What if we took this guy and replaced that? Would that be okay? Absolutely. Look, no errors.
But my first question was why we need to save the locator in country drop-down locator.
Very good question, because that was my next thing. Watch the power of this big warehouse. Look at this. If I take this guy, remember, I could put a dot click here, right? Dot click or dot send keys. But look at this. This whole thing with the driver got stored inside this web element. That means this guy has the power of the driver as well. If I take this country drop-down element, I can instantly put a dot and say click right here.
Send key, yeah.
This could be so easy. What if I had all of these things stored way up there for all elements? In my code, every time I automate, I would just say country drop-down dot click. Submit button dot click. But for you to be able to do that, you have to store that thing in a big warehouse called web element.
It is not hard coded. That means whenever we may select Spain or we may select any other country, it will work.
Correct. Okay, so this is why the benefit is, Stanley. But again, this select thing, let's get to that now. I will show you this later. We're not going to use it yet. Full-fledged, we're not going to use it. But for you to be able to use this in select only text web element. That means you have two choices. You can put this whole thing in here, or you can store this in a easy name container and then pass the container here. That's up to you. I
Right.
just
So
feel
it's
like,
better to put the country drop down element in the parenthesis.
yes, it looks nicer and cleaner. And for a coder, it's easy to understand. If you put all this thing in one line, it's gonna work. It's just gonna be hard for human to understand it. So it's better we take this, put it in a nice little thing, and then pass that thing right here. This is not gonna work. This is the buy locator. It doesn't have the driver in it. This select guy needs this driver and all that junk. So now watch this. If I take this country,
Drop down element. Better to copy it.
copy, better to copy, paste it. Everybody's happy. The select is telling me you never used it. You made me, but you never used it. Watch this. Select dot. It gives me a bunch of options. And you can use several things under this select. One is called by. You can click on
Can you
this.
make it bigger?
Yes.
Please. I cannot see the drop down menu very clearly.
I'm going to have to zoom in just 1 second. So you could say select, and as soon as you use the word select dot select by, let's take a look at some of these things.
Yeah.
There is a select by index, select by value,
Visible text.
select by visible text. Okay. The
Select
rest,
by visible text.
yeah, look at this, deselect all. If there was like checkboxes and you want to deselect, you do that. Deselect by index, deselect by value. But we don't need all that. We could use any one of these. But visible text is the easiest because you can see the text that you see. You want Spain. You could just take that and drop down Spain word right here. Value and index, I will show you just a second. So let's use this. Select by visible text. Dot select by visible text. And we put the word Spain. Okay? Save it. Let's run it. I'm going to put these two together and these two together. Run.
Works.
It loaded. One thing that scared me is that it kind of stuck right there and then did not close that. See what I mean?
Yes.
I'll show you again.
The finish one.
That could be a problem. See?
Now it goes.
Yeah, it may not let me hit the submit button. Let's see if we're going to have a problem with that. Let's hit the submit button. Or maybe this is messing it up. Delete that. Maybe. Remember that xpath click method that we had earlier? I deleted that. Huh.
Yeah, it
Better?
is good. It is done.
Yeah, it's working.
It's
I mean,
working.
I have a question. Like, say,
Yeah.
this is only selecting Spain, right? We can select random, like from the drop-down list.
Yes, you can select random. I can't show you that today, Stanley. It's gonna
Okay.
throw
Okay.
everybody off.
Oh, okay. Understood. No problem.
Yeah.
So
We're
is
gonna
it
use array list, just hint.
Oh, okay. Okay. Arrow list. Okay.
So that's the visible text. But if you wanted to use a different method, we can do that too. Watch this. Let's take a look at deep inside that element. Here is this select. If you open the select, you will see these things. Here is by value. And index is, if you count, this is 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's say if I choose by index 7, it's going to pick Andorra. Watch now. Select by index. Dot select by index, first one. And if I put 7, and if I save and run it, you see Angola right there.
Yep.
That's one way. If you don't want to do index, you want to do it by value, you could say select dot select by value. If it has a value, not always. This one does. These are value. So
Andorra.
if I go to value of the Spain, where is it? Let's just say Poland. I don't want to scroll that far. I'm going to say take this value of PL.
PL.
If I take that PL and put it in here and save and run, there's that Poland got selected. So those are going to be your arsenal. Another way to do that. Okay. And I will just block this for now. Can I put this in a method instead of me instantiating a
Yes.
class and do that? Yes, you
Yes.
can. You do that for practice. You create a method called select and then put all this junk in here, and you know what you're going to do. You are going to put in the web element, and you're going to say which thing you want, either Spain or stuff, and it will do it for you. So you can create an easy method for yourself. Okay? I am going to now proceed to finish up the test case. So I will ask any questions here. Driver dot find element by dot xpath or something for the submit button. Inspect submit button is ID submit. Just take that. By dot ID submit and then dot click. Okay. After I click on it with a name, let's say Mike 111, submit. My validation is going to be, I never saw that one. Did they just update it? Or it was duplicate. Mike underscore 123.
Status bar, right?
Yeah. So see, there's a waiting
Status
here.
bar.
We're gonna wait for this element here. So right click, inspect, find that element. And there's that
H5.
H5. So let's see how many H5s there. There's only 2. One here, one here. We want this one. So let's see if we can use xpath axes. Look at this. There's a ID list
Form.
iBox form. So let's hook to that first. We're gonna say star because we don't care about the tag name at ID. How many we got? 1 of 1. So far so good. We only got one element, this ID. Now from here, we're gonna have to go to this mic. Here's your xpath axis practice. So somebody tell me how we gonna do
Forward
it.
slash.
It's
Forward
the
slash.
preceding sibling.
Ancestor.
Yeah,
Ancestor, I think.
let's do a strategy first before you give me the code. What's the strategy here? And I'll tell you if it's gonna work or not. Somebody
We need
said
to go to the.
ancestor. Somebody said ancestor.
I'm saying preceding, it's preceding sibling.
Preceding sibling will work.
Like 1, 2, 3.
Will work because here's a father,
Yeah.
here's a child, same father, child. So if you
Yes.
go, these are siblings right here.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to go to preceding sibling, it will work. Two ways we can do this. We can also go to father and come back down. Okay, we can do that. But since you mentioned preceding sibling, let's do that. Preceding sibling star shows up. We can leave it as star. If we keep it as star, we're saying, I don't care if it's a div, nav, span, or anything. Now what? I am still not on this H5. I went
Okay,
to the
so
father. I went to the father of H5.
right.
How do I get to the H5?
So can you click the arrow bar of the father to see, or this is a link text.
This is not a link text. Link text starts with the letter A.
It's not a link text.
The answer is just another
This is a text.
/H.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Just another /H. Understand?
Yeah.
Let's copy this here. I could have done it like this too. Star contains text. Couldn't I? Mike. But there's still a problem. Look at it. I got two of them.
Mike underscore 1, 2, 3.
No, but that will change
Can
every
we do
time.
this?
But
No,
wouldn't
that
that
will change every time.
Wouldn't that change every time?
Yeah, this number will change every time.
What if I wanted to change Mike to something else? Wouldn't this
Random?
be
No.
impossible now to find it with this XPath? Anytime you put in this data that you're trying to validate into your XPath, you're hard coding it.
Yeah, that could be dynamic, but I don't know how to make it dynamic.
We did.
Yeah,
That's,
it's fine. Right. Right.
that
So
is
whatever the name comes, it will appear.
that is dynamic. All you're saying is, I don't care what's in this box. Just take me to that box.
Yeah.
Because you're going to do a get text to get the text out of that box. You want to validate that. You don't want to put Mike. You don't want to say Mike in here. Because tomorrow it may not be Mike. So this is going to be your better XPath than actually using any other way. And you can do preceding sibling, you can come from parent, you can go to ancestors, whatever you want to do. It will work. Okay. Now let's take this and we're going to, first of all, we have to wait for this element to show up. And then we have to get the text and validate it. Right? So I'm going to take this and we have this wait for element that we created before. called wait for element takes driver, the element, and how long. So I could go in here and say, wait for account to show up, profile to show, and that is wait for element. We passed the driver, and then the element was by.x xpath, yes. And inside this xpath, we took this xpath, pasted in here. It's getting bigger.
So
Let's
do
say
you
30
need the time?
Let's say 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do a validation. We're going to get a text out of that and validate and make sure it works. So didn't we do it like this? How about we put that text in a container called string actual name or displayed name. Now I take this, but we're gonna say get driver dot find element by, notice I'm doing it all over again. This is why it's important to create this element one time and save it up there in a container. Because now I'm putting all this junk all over again. And then in here, you're going to finish this off saying get text. So whatever that is, it's going to go to that element and it's going to get whatever text is in that element out and store it into this container called displayed name. If you wanted to print it out, you can print it out. Okay. To validate, if remember that name right there? Remember we created this name account?
Yeah. Yeah.
How would we write our validation here? Let's change this called expected name. Remember, you as a QA, your mantra is validating actual expected versus what's, let's call this actual. That is your name of the game.
Right. So if expected name
Uh-huh.
dot equals actual name.
Yes.
Display name, right?
I
Oh,
changed
sorry,
it.
actual. You change. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Actual name.
Yeah, actual name.
If actual name dot equals
Expected name.
ignore case expected name, then sys out what?
Successful or pass. Yeah. Double quotation pass. Else sys out fail. Fail.
Are we good so far?
Yeah.
Any questions here? Any problems?
No.
Let's run it. fail. Let's see. Invalid selector exception. Invalid selector. Unable to locate an element with the xpath. This.
So does it happen to hard code rather than dynamic?
Let's see where it failed. I mean, we still need to debug this carefully. So we'll go to the last line. Which line messed it up?
72.
72. So there's 72. This is the first time we did this. Do you see something weird in this XPath?
I think we need to get a wait time, right? Oh, there's a wait time is 30 seconds.
Yeah, so it should have been okay. Do you see what is this? Did I put that?
Please. No.
So here's the XPath I wrote. There's no forward slash. But system put those extra forward slash, and maybe that's a problem. This is why I say don't use this double quote that you copy from the DOM. Change that to a single quote. If you put double quote, and then you want to put whole thing in the double quote, system gets confused with this double quote and the other double quotes. So single quote will not be touched. System tries to put in backward slash to ignore those double quote. Sometimes puts extra, and that could mess you up. So it is important that you clear your XPaths with all double quotes with a single quote. Then you copy that and then paste it in there. And that might do the trick. So I'll go in here. I take this whole chunk out. Paste it. Save it. And now run it and see what it happens. Oops.
Oh, again,
Again, one more.
There's a two, yeah.
yeah, there is some.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. So run it.
Yeah, it passed.
No, it shouldn't fail because I think the
Fail
add
means
contact
passed. It ran.
It ran though, right?
it
Yeah.
ran, but why showing add contact? It should show mic something,
Oh, good question.
right?
Where did that go? I just lost it. Let me run it again.
System out print actual name. Actual name is like mic something.
Yeah, mic 262.
Yeah, something.
That
Right.
is,
Why showing add contact?
Right. Why is it printing add contact?
My one is the same. Showing add contact.
Actual name. Let's do this. It's going to look nicer when we print this out. And we said here expected name. I'm just putting this little notice. Expected name Mike and actual name add contact.
Add
So
contact.
something messed up. The only thing I can think of it messed up is because this XPath is bad.
Expect.
Okay, this xpath is bad.
Can
Where are we
you
storing?
can you increase the wait time like 60 seconds?
That's not going to do anything. It didn't even wait too long. So let's realign. This is where we're saving this actual name that's getting printed out. So it is picking up a wrong something. That means my xpath is bad. I would first take this xpath from here, paste it, and see what's going on here. Maybe I made a mistake. That is giving me add contacts. Why? I can't really think of. The only thing that I want to try is maybe a different way of getting this expat. So let's try to formulate another X.
Please, can you check like there's a node called span class thumb info inner. Thumb info inner.
Look at this. I think we got it. I think we found the issue. You see this? If I go back to this add contacts page before we hit the submit, there's this element right here.
Add contact, yes.
And that's the add contact it's picking up. That means the wait worked, but it didn't work for the second page, the other page. It's waiting for this page that we were working on before. But it's not so unique for the other page. That means we need to probably wait for another page stuff. So this element is not going to work for waiting. We need to find an element in this page that is very unique. So let's see if we can find something. How about this word activity?
Yeah, this.
Or this word post, this button called post. This only appears on this particular page.
What
So
if we use the list contact? If there is the new contact is updated, can we take that one?
Or can you check the black shaded part? That's called the thumb info inner.
where is it? This one?
Yes. Yeah, this one.
That's a hard one for that color thing to capture. Go with the easy. You can get
The
some.
list contact that there the new information is updated. If we get the new information updated, can we take that one?
Yes, you can go to
Under
list contacts and take the updated, but you also should put a validation for this page. Why is that important to put a validation for this page as well? Because this is where also the developer put their hands on. What if this page is broken one day? If you don't put a validation, would you be able to know that this page is broken? What if the user never gets a confirmation page like this? Make sense?
yes.
So now there's a lot of unique buttons here, unique things here. These words don't show up in the previous page. You could wait for these things. We know that this is not going to wait. This element exists in the other page. There's this button here as well. Go with something easy. These buttons usually have IDs. Weird stuff, something not so important, may not have IDs. We know this post thing exists, so let's take this one. And the post word doesn't exist on the other one. So right click, inspect, and this post is it has an ID.
ID.
Yeah, it has an ID. Take that, generate an XPath. Just call it star. That. You got 101? Very
Yes.
good. Highlights that. Get rid of this double quote, the single quote. Copy that. Go to your code. Find where you're waiting. Wait for element. Here's your waiting. This took us to the list context. Don't wait for that. We're going to change this to that post button. Now it's going to really wait, because before our wait was broken. It didn't even wait. It jumped in to get text, and it really got the add context text on that H5 thing that we had. And it was comparing the wrong thing. Let's try now. We good?
Yeah, that's great.
It found Mike. We did the proper wait, actual name, expected name came in, matched, and then it said pass.
So we skipped one step.
And there's the pass. We just updated what we were waiting for. We were waiting for the element to get text, and that was a bad one, because this element existed on the previous page. But this post button was a unique for that later on page after hitting the submit button.
That means we just gave the system to update the new contact name, right?
Can you ask that again?
I mean, with this post button, we just gave the system just a little bit more time to update the contacts.
No, the problem was, if you go the back button in here, right when we hit the submit button, the wait element that we had, we actually took this element from the next page, where this container H5 is eventually, after this loading is done, it's going to move on to the next page. And in this container, the name is going to show up as Mike, this name.
Yes.
But unfortunately, as this loader is loading and we put a wait for this element,
To update. Right?
element, this on this page, there is this element already, which is indicating add contact. So it waited for that element. That element was there. So it really never waited for that spinner to go away. It found the element right there. It saw that, and it actually gave it and put it into the actual name. And that's what we were getting. Now we changed it to a button called post. Okay. And that post button is not existent here. And therefore the wait was waiting until the post button is displayed. The post button only got displayed after this loading thing gone. And then we went to the next page. Yes, already exists. See that waiting thing gone, and only went to the next page and then saw that post button. Then it stopped and then used this element again, and it found whatever that is, which we wanted, and then took that and saved it for us as actual name. And then did the comparison. And then it worked.
So this is the thing, like, yes, the thing is like we use that post button just to give the server a little bit more time to change the the name. I mean, to change the context name, right? Is it like that?
You are waiting, you actually waiting for this button is basically waiting for that little, the whole box got gray, remember? When we filled in the name and hit the submit button, the whole box got gray.
Gray. Yes.
Yeah, you could say thread sleep, put 3 seconds, not a good one. What if that was a 4 second? It's gonna be bad. But we put a dynamic wait on post button saying that after you're done graying this out or storing whatever you're storing in the server, you are supposed to show me this page anyway. And this page is supposed to have this post button anyway. If this post button doesn't show up after you grayed out within that 60-second mark, I don't care. I'm going to fail you and report as a bug to the developer. Either I'm going to say bug because it didn't show up within 60 seconds or bug because it never showed up. Make sense?
Yes, but my question is like why I need to use the pause button? Why I can't increase the wait time? I will use the same Xpath with the H5, but I will wait a little bit more.
How?
I mean, by increasing the 30.
But Stanley, Java doesn't know. Look at this. If I use this element, Java doesn't know the difference whatsoever. Java is already finding this element right here. It's this same XPath in this page is indicating add contact. That element. Look at this. If I click enter, it's going right there.
Yeah.
So if I put a wait for this thing, he's not waiting at all because he already has it. He already has it. You're saying 30 seconds? He's like, forget it, dude. I already see it right there. That wait was total bogus.
Okay, understand.
That
Yes,
bogus
yes.
wait. He's like, come on, man. You want me to wait for this that's already here? He
Yes,
doesn't know.
understand. I mean,
Yeah.
exactly.
I was thinking this is on the second page after hitting the submit button. But he's like, you gotta be joking with me, because I already see one right there. And I'm not gonna try to
Wait
think,
for 30 seconds. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not gonna think what you're thinking in your mind. You told me to wait. I saw this element right there. I waited. It's already there. So I didn't even
Yes.
wait. So we're like, okay, dude, if you're gonna play like that with me, I'm gonna go to next page and find something that's only available in the next page. I want you to wait for that element in the next page. This becomes a very good element. You probably noticed that there was a bar going right here. This
Yeah.
was the last one to show up. I could have said, wait for this guy, wait for this guy. No, I am smarter than Java. I am telling Java that wait for this one because this bad boy takes the longest to show up. And if you wait for that guy to show up, I am sure everybody showed up for the party. We're not missing anybody in case this guy doesn't show up later. This one shows up the last. I want you to wait for the last person before you cut the cake.
Yes, understand. So yeah, because it will not wait for 30 seconds. It will just go to the next step when he get the Xpath, it will show. Yeah, understand.
Yes. Keep marinating that. Okay?
Yes, it works.
Let's move into notes a little bit more. Oopsie. There is something called assertion. Assert is an English word. Definition. Let's look up the dictionary. State a fact or belief confidently, forcefully. Cause others to recognize by confident and forceful behavior. No, behavior. Speak in a confident, forceful way. Assert. Assert is to say something with confidence, forcefulness, meaning you are sure, 100%. When you assert, you're saying, done. This is it. Assertion is the process of asserting a confident, forceful statement is an assertion of a fact or belief. It is assertion. So in Java validation, assertion or assertion definition, a statement, a forceful, a confident statement of fact is what the definition is. In Java Selenium, validation is done through assertion. And what is it? Assertion is a set, is a class, consists of a set of methods with if-else statement to make validations easier. Okay. Each testing tool may have its own set of assertion methods, such as JUnit has its own set of assertion methods. We will later see testng is another that's going to have its own, and there's a popular name called Hamcrest. So ideally, you might see testng assertion, JUnit assertion, testng assertion, Hamcrest assertion. There might be more, but I don't know. We are not going to need any more. We are in JUnit right now, so we're going to have access to JUnit assertion. So let's see how it works. What does that mean? This is our validation right here. Validate new name appeared. We don't have to I don't know what the spelling is on this one. Dictionary. I'm blacking out on spelling right now, so just ignore that. you can collapse this whole thing into one line of code with the help
So
of
that is
assertion.
appear. Instead of appeared, it has been appeared.
APPEA for A, which is single P. Oh, APPEARED,
APPEA.
appeared. Yes.
Yes, you are
So
right.
instead of 3 lines of code, you can collapse this into one line of code like this with assertion. So validate new name appeared with if statement. And other way to do it is validate new name with assertion. JUnit assertion. And let me see, I don't, sometimes they keep changing things, so it may or may not work. I'm going to first write the class name called assert and put a dot. If you get something, good, and you can start using it. I will show you a couple of things right now. We want to see if assert, there might be something called assert. First, look at this, how it's written now. As soon as I do class name assert, automatically I don't have to create an object. It's there because I already have the jar files and everything. And then the word starts with lowercase assert, and then it has some things in there. There's a whole lot of complicated ways of validating things, but we just want to see if there's two things. One is called assert equal or assert true. Why assert equal or assert true? Notice this code right here. We did compare this one actual name with expected name saying equals. So if we can find an assert equals, that should do it for us. Or we could see if this assert true works, because in this case, this whole condition
Should be
has
true.
to be true for us to go here and execute this. If false, then execute this. So equals or true, we will put this whole condition there. If it's equals, we're going to put them separately. I don't know, we'll see. Let's just say we experiment. So I'm going to say dot and then write assert and then put a capital E because it's camel case, and then see if I see something in there. And I do. There's a whole lot. There's a Boolean expected and then Boolean actual. There's a byte car expected. We want to see expected and actual. Yeah, of course. But ours is not Boolean car int long. Ours is a string. So is there a string there? I need to scroll down. So dot assert. If you spell it wrong, you have to rewrite it. Equal. And if I scroll down and there is a string. Oh, it doesn't let me scroll down and zoom in at the same time. But you see what's there is, it's really tiny, but I'm sure you can kind of see it. Excuse me. Dot assert equals, and there's that string right there. String expected and string actual. I want to look for one more thing, and that is this something called message. Look at the string message and then I want to look for all string right there. String message, string expected, string actual. This guy takes three things. One, it takes your failure message, and it takes expected and actual. I'm going to take this and show you how to use it. Here, I will take that. Look at this. It's waiting for a message right here. It says string message, your first thing. Over here, you would put in your failure message. Only failure message. Test fail. Here, the second thing is expected, and then actual is the third thing. Automatically, your Eclipse picked it up for you. It figured that you wrote expected somewhere, expected name. And then it figured that you had actual name, so it automatically picked it for you. But let's say it didn't. How would I do this? My next input is going to be expected name, which I would take this expected name, paste it here. And the actual name that I found, I take that and paste it here. And now I don't need these 3 lines of code anymore. And if I run it, it passed. And I have no problem.
But it didn't print that. But why test failed? It should be test passed when it equals.
If it fails, then it's going to publish this thing, which I'm going to forcefully fail it right now. So here's the actual name. Instead of giving this actual name from the website, I'm going to force it to fail. I am going to comment this good code and put a bad code. I'm going to put a bad code. Well, I'm not going to mess that there. Let's keep that thing nice. How about hard coding failing it right here? Instead of the actual name, which is like the proper actual name, I put in Stein. What it's going to do is this whole method, by the way, this method, nothing but in this class. Let me even show you. If I control click on this, it's going to take me there. Look what it did. If expected, not none, expected dot equals actual, return. If it's not actual, return, and there's some other thing. So it's the same if statement that we had it. This is the method. And there's the method name. It's in this class called assert.class. Little more complex. I didn't take you there yet. I was gonna show you this thrown you probably not gonna have enough time. So really, it's one liner. Somebody already did the if and else for you. All you gotta do is put the failure message, put the expected name, and the actual here. It will do an if else analysis between these two. If they match, it's gonna pass it and not even gonna say anything. And if they don't match, then it's going to print out this. So watch this.
Did you input the class assert?
No. Yeah. Is the moment you do assert dot, it's gonna ask you for an error, or sometimes it automatically imports. Here is it, right there.
tried, but it's not importing. Anyway, I'll try. I'll try it manually.
Maybe your spelling is wrong, and I can give you this. You can forcefully import. So you just copy this.
Yeah,
and
just JUnit framework asset, right?
yeah, junit.framework.assert. But it should
Yes.
give you an error. Look at this. I can take this off, delete this. It's gonna give me an error. I can fix it from there, right there. And I can click on it, hover over, and it gives me these two options. Just take that framework,
Why it's not giving me?
or take this one, org.junit. You know, either way, it's gonna be fine. Let's see which one. JUnit assert. That's fine too. Let me run this to confirm. It failed. Look at this. See how beautiful this is? It's telling you you got a JUnit JUnit comparison failure. Test failed. See that message that I put in test failed? And it's telling you expected was Mike underscore 781, but actually found was this Stein. Even tells me the line number where it failed. So it did what I'm asking it to do. Instead of doing if-else statement myself, I could just be throwing an assert on the fly. I can even do it this way. Assert true. And if I do that, look at those two options. In this option, you got a condition, true or false, condition, but this one has an extra. You can even put a message, failure message. So how about this? I put assert true, and my condition is basically the condition that I had in my if-else statement, which is actual dot equals ignore case expected. I can just pull this right here, paste it right here. This method will do exactly same thing as the if-else statement. It's going to compare all that, pass or fail it. Look, it's going to pass right now. If I take that thing off, I'm going to take this to 2 seconds. Got it. You go to that. Yes. And I know it's not printing out, so we'll do this. This out here. Nobody really looks at the console but the engineers. That's why we look at other people are going to look at this JUnit in a different way. So run it. This time I'm going to fail it. I'm going to put expected Stein or actual Stein and run it. But it didn't give me a message because I didn't add a message. You can put a comma right here and put a message. Test failed by Stein. Run. It's not going to print out in the console. Our console is for engineers only, but we want to see it in JUnit report. So it's going to fail out right here. It's red. And you should be able to read this JUnit report right here. Assert. Yeah, look at this. Assertion error. Test failed by Stein. It tells you the page number, line number where it failed. With me so far?
Okay, I have one question. Just simply. So earlier, when you failed the test, you wrote the actual name Stein instead of Mike. So if you keep the actual name Stein and expected name Stein, then what happens? Can you please write in your code?
Yes, you're going to be hard-coded passing this thing.
Because the last one you also hard-coded Stein equals ignore cases Stein.
Yeah, Chisti, I did that just to show you how to fail it.
Yep.
And how the failure report looks like.
That was intentionally.
Intentional, yeah. This is not how you do it. Because I can't really fail it. Your failure is going to be a bug.
Right.
Your test automation is going to pick up this actual name tomorrow. It might pick up something weird in here.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you are right.
that's
I'm sorry.
going to be the bug that you're going to catch. But I can't reproduce the bug in this website. Therefore, I try to force fake it that this actual is going to be something different. And then I put in Stein as a hard code. But the real way, you wouldn't do that. I just wanted to show you how the failure report looks like. So yours is going to be like this. Actual dot ignore expected. Expected. Name. Let me copy. Expected. That you can do any one of this and it will work. You can even do both of them and that will still work. Let's run this. Unnecessary to do two of them. Test passed, all done. That I just printed out. Really not that big deal, but this is a big deal. That your test passed.
So it will take either one, either pass or fail, though I wrote two codes. Is it like that?
Yes. It validated both. It went to this statement, compared these two. It was good. It moved to the next statement, compared again with this, which is the same comparison. And it's successful, then it moved and printed out that. And your test did not fail anyway.
So why do we need two-way? Why not any one?
Anyone. You wouldn't need to. I showed you two because I'm a teacher.
Okay. Understand.
So if you omit the last line number 87, then what happens?
Nothing. It will still be good. You wouldn't, in the regular test case, you wouldn't need this. You stop right there.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't care about this console. Understand that you're not going to be looking at this console when you look at your test runs. This is what you're going to look at. You're going to have a list of 100 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then one fail. You will look at this.
Okay, but we have given some message in the code Like, can you please go to the code, please? Okay, so
these messages, Chisti, will only get invoked if these two does not become equal. This message is only going to get invoked and displayed on the JUnit report if this statement actual dot equals ignore case becomes false when you chose true.
So if we put another code that test passed, then actual name equals ignore case expected name, then will it appear like test passed?
No. And you don't need that word test pass. Test pass is for elementary students. You need this. You don't need to read the word. You don't have time. You walk into your office and this is the website. This is going to be on a website. You log into your website and this whole page shows up with more tests here. Hundreds. You don't have time to read test pass. You don't have time to see the console. Okay? You are only trying to see if it's red. And you open it up and you see why. And it tells you line number. You didn't even open Eclipse. You're not going to be in Eclipse. You're just going to go to website. You will open Eclipse after you had some coffee and goofed around with your colleague buddies. Then you're going to open Eclipse and go to that test page, go to that line number, and you're going to look at it and fix it if it's broken. Or if it's a bug, you create a bug ticket. I cannot take this console. I cannot, whatever prints out in the console, I cannot take it out and publish it somewhere. But I can take this JUnit stuff and this can be published on a website. Take a look at this. I'm going to copy this whole thing. This is how, if I copy this whole test again and do it twice, one I'm going to pass, one fail. I'm going to paste it right underneath. That could be a duplicate, so I'm going to change this to a number 2. And this one, I'm going to go way down here and put my name Stein instead of expected. Stein. And now if I save and run both of them, the console don't mean anything to me right now because it's going to print everything in the console for both the tests. It will be super confusing to read the console. The console is going to become like 20 pages of document. Well, this one is failing for a different reason. It's saying already exists because it had used the same. It used the same name. It's gonna fail a little bit later at 30 seconds because we put that 30-second wait for that post button to show up. Okay. Now it failed. Look at this console. This is gonna be 20 pages. Anybody has time to read that? No. It's a mess. It's too ugly. Even I printed this purposely. We don't even need to print this purposely. Don't even worry about reading that. But look at the JUnit. Block test fail. Why? Let's take a look. This is not good. This one failed. Test failed by Stein, which I did it purposely. Why did this one fail? Oh, that one failed because of waiting for visibility of the element. Post button did not show up. That means there was a whole bunch of duplicate. So random number is not working very well. I'm going to increase that random to maybe one more digit here. Make it bigger, 99. And the second one, yeah, that was the second one. And I'm going to change this random again here, maybe mess it up. Two different tests, two different naming. Run it again. There's the first one. So far, so good. Close, second one. Good. 2 seconds. Close, but it's going to fail because I purposefully failed one. Look at this report. Beautiful. It shows me one passed with a check mark. You'll never have to open it. The one failed, and it tells you the reason why it failed is because test failed by Stein, and you go look for that line number 143. You rerun the test on your local computer, you check it to see if, what was the reason why it was failing. Question?
Oh.
No, got it.
Okay. So you now have all the information for you to build a beautiful test case. And what we covered today is, and what we missed a few things. We're going to stop it today here. We covered xpath axes. I showed you explicit wait. I showed you how to handle a select class. I showed you assertion. I didn't get to try catch or run this. Okay. You don't really need this for a test case per se. Sometimes you might have a situation for that, and I will show you that next weekend. Now, what are you supposed to do as a student with all this information that you have? Let's see what I had for homework on this section here. Looks like I did the same thing as a class on this add contacts and then did this. So I wouldn't require you to do this test case. And Raju, I wasn't able to get to the other page and then validate that.
Mhm.
And I feel like I need to take a break. Because if I even start that, it's going to take, for me to physically write it, might take 15 minutes. But to explain to you guys might take an hour. So, not going to do that. Here, if you go to this resources and you go to practice site, you click on it, you have this link to take you to tech files, username, password. I have another site called Element Test Site. Next weekend, this page has weird elements. All the elements possible, I think. Drop down, check boxes, radio buttons, and file upload. You can upload a file in here. I'll show you these radio buttons, how to click on a link to go and move to another page and work there. All of this stuff I'll show you this next time. Now, notice I have sample test cases on each of these pages. Login page has 3 test cases. I can put in more. Top banner. The top banner is this one here. This is called top banner. There's a couple of validations on top banner, which you may need to click here. These are features. If you click down here, there's this edit profile, change password, do not do this. It will mess you up and everybody else if you forget that. You can validate this logout button. You can click on this logout and then validate if this sign in button showed up. That will be your test case. You can do an assertion on this sign in button. You could click here on profile, go to edit profile, and you can come in here and you can change this, but I wouldn't ask you to do that. Don't do that. Is there anything else? Maybe upload a picture now. Still not ready for that. Yeah, don't change this profile. Don't do anymore here. But other things you could do is you can go to dashboard page and look at these test cases. Search for a customer, add deposit, add expense, set goals, view, edit recent goals. These are just scenario title. You got to fill in the blanks. What do I mean by add expense here? There is your dashboard page. There is this button called add expense. If you click here, it will take you here. Go here, use the select class, drop down and put something. Maybe choose something, sandwich fine. I didn't show you how to do this yet, so you can leave this the way it is. Description, put in something. Account name you give like sandwich 5, description, cost of sandwiches. I don't know, just make it up. You're playing around, experimenting. Put a dollar number in here. Send keys like, let's say, $20. Hit a submit button, and you should be able to see this over here. Submit. Wait for an element, and description shows up right here. Cost of sandwiches, and then $20. And you can validate to see if cost of sandwiches shows up. You can even click on it and click delete. And you can delete that transaction. And maybe go back and go to dashboard, click on add expenses again, and then make sure it doesn't show up. Which I didn't show, but I'll show you next time. But at least you can use these. So if you need inspiration and you don't know which test cases to automate, these are test case names. I didn't do all of them. Some of them I'll try to do some more. Any questions? Your homework is now open. All I expect that you at least take 1 hour here and give me a full test case automation. If you challenge yourself to go higher, you are gonna go higher. If you set your bar low and you want to go with something easy to be done with to impress Stein, Stein is not impressed by that. Stein is impressed by you getting the job. So I will celebrate when you get the job. Therefore, I need you to challenge yourself and struggle. Only when you struggle is when I feel like you're running fast enough. And I am not going to be checking your homeworks. You don't need to submit it anymore. This is all you and me. And if you want to, you can even call me. What Stanley did last time is, I was like cleaning up the garage and things, and he was texting me, sending me pictures of his code, and he's asking me questions because he was working on the homework. I liked it. I like that. So don't think you're going to be interfering with my time. I like that. And if you really need me to sit with you and show you because you are all lost, then set up an appointment with me on Thursday at 8:30. But if you don't call me and set up an appointment, I am assuming that you are good. And I am not gonna be babying you guys to say, hey, You need to see it, you need to see it. No, it's you. You paid me. It's your responsibility. You take action for your own responsibility. I will only respond when you ask me. Does that make sense?
Yes, complete.
Yes,
You
yes,
understand that this is for your own good. This is for your own good.
of
And
course, of
at this
course.
point, you are gonna, I am leaving it up to you, and you can take it as quick and fast as possible. You are not gonna believe that when I went for this job interview, I didn't know what assertion was because I was a dropout. I dropped out because the teacher didn't teach well. On the fifth class of, uh, I think this third class of Selenium, I dropped out because it was horrible. And I was like, okay, I'll do something else, or maybe this is not for me. Then I came back and I was like, okay, maybe I study myself. So I was doing a lot of YouTube videos and so much of my time, and I didn't know what xpath axis was. The trainer didn't know what xpath axis was. I had to learn that at my workplace while watching a lot of videos, reading a lot of blogs, and coming up with these few simple tactics. I still got the job. The boss hired me, knew that I didn't know all that. He wasn't dumb, but he knew that I knew enough to start. And I had the right personality, I guess, that he mentioned that he can work with. So you are now market ready, my friend. I can tell you, if you take this knowledge and go to the market, you're gonna get a job now already if we set up your resume. So hurry, we got a few more things. Those are just advanced level stuff. You should be able to test automate anything on that page with this knowledge that you have. And if you're not pushing yourself to that knowledge, then you're not doing the right thing. So pretty soon we're going to talk about market. In a couple of weeks, even before we finish this course, we're going to talk about market. I'll give you access to a market class. We're going to be setting up your resume. We don't want any gaps. Hopefully we finish this course and you're ready for the market. So I would expect you to start working on your resume. I'll give you some templates and things like that. So those are more to come. And also, as soon as this course finishes, you're going to be one-on-one with me as you need me for that market thing. We're not going to meet in groups anymore. So take actions, take responsibility, and wish you all the best. Have a wonderful rest of the week, and I'll see you next week.
Can you please copy today's course?
Yes, I'll do that right now.
I just need two more minutes if you can.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, it's like I still couldn't import the class assert. I mean, do I need to add any dependencies?
Let me debug yours. Okay, Stanley, you can share.
Like, I'm still getting the error here.
One moment. Comment that line. Save it. Control S. Does it work without it?
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. You can see, I mean, if you want, I can run again.
No, it's okay. I believe you. Put your cursor on line number 75. Why are you outside the method? Where did your test method end, start and end?
Oh, here. This is the.
Yeah, you can't go beyond line 72. Make sense?
Yes.
You were outside of your method boundary, and that's why it wasn't getting recognized.
Yeah, I import that. I wrote it manual. I was what's
You don't
wrong.
even need to rewrite it manually. Delete it. Delete the, yeah, and import. There.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was thinking I was lost. I was wrong.
Yeah, it was outside of that bracket. So you got to be very careful of where your
Yes.
method brackets start and stop and be inside it. It won't work outside of that. The
Yeah,
only
I
thing
saw
that
this.
works,
Huh?
the only thing that works outside the method is when you declare variables. When you instantiate classes, you create objects of classes, those things will work. But to call a method like that without any kind of variables, it's not going to work. You have to call it inside your test method. Anything else?
No, that's all. Thank you.
All right.
Can you please check mine one? Yesterday I tried two-step, but actually I could not do it.
Sure.
This too, actually I wanted to validate this way.
Okay. Can you comment out that code and show me there's no error first? Because I want to make sure everything else is fine. That one line comment is not going to work. That if statement is the whole thing. You're going to have to, yeah, block out everything. Press Control S, save. Okay. And does it work like that? No failures, meaning nothing. Your system runs. Yeah. Yeah. It might have a 7-second wait or something, 10 seconds. Anyway, we can go back to the code. Okay. So you were trying to do what, Raju, over there? If
That means if the list contact page shows the new name, that means the name has been added. We can confirm it. Otherwise,
okay. So you're doing a validation, yes?
yes.
Okay. So what is the send keys about? That's enter into search field, right? Yeah. Give me a line break between 76 and 77. In fact, let me see if I have control over yours. Okay, I do.
Sure.
All right. This is a different problem. We'll deal with that later.
Okay.
So, problem with this code here, and always align your code. So make it look nice and easy to read. The if condition has to be a condition, but this is not a condition. This driver.5env and by.link text, and you have this name. What is this name? What is this thing? What are you trying to compare here? Raju?
The entered name.
And where are you going to find it?
This is the name Mike plus random that we created yesterday.
Okay, then we're not doing this correctly here, because this by.link text, this name has nothing to do with this name. This
Why?
is your expected name. And
Yes.
driver.findElement, we're sending the driver to Houston.
This is
the actual name, sending him to Houston to find not this, but wherever the Houston link name is. But we don't even know if it's linked text.
Right. It cannot actually match with that one.
No, if we forcefully match it, then what are we validating? We're not validating the right thing.
Right.
We're faking our test to pass all the time.
So it's better to follow today's notes.
Yes. And so fix this. I would say don't do all of this in one line here. It's too much. But do this. You put it in a container, easy to understand. String actual name. And then do driver, or you'd copy this. And bring it here. And it may not be linked text by dot. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna give you empty shell dot xpath, and I'm gonna put here nothing.
Mhm.
And as a matter of fact, you have to, after you find it, you have to put in an action. Can you tell me what action? It found it, it went to Houston with this.
Dot click. No, son.
Get text.
Get text.
Okay, so
I
this update me. You have to go find the xpath, put it in here for where that new name is going to show up.
see.
Driver is going to drive to Houston to find that guy. He is going to take the xpath road, a specific to that element address, which is xpath. When he gets to that address,
And get the
he's
text.
going to get the text out of that address. When he gets the text out of that address, he's gonna store it in this nice little box.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have this in this box, and you have this name, which is expected, this is expected. So you take this, you say when actual name name dot equals ignore case, expected name is that name,
Mm-hmm.
cabinet, name location. And now you have a good comparison. And if they are equal, then you say, you print it out. You can print it out, and you do need to say pass, okay, and fail. But this is only console. Your test is still going to pass no matter what. JUnit will not fail it.
Okay.
JUnit will not fail it, but assertion JUnit will fail it. Compare it and fail it here.
Okay.
Makes sense? A little bit of a play around. A little bit of a play around. So try not to use this if else anymore.
Okay.
And I will show you how to, if you do want to use if and else and you want to forcefully fail it, then how do you do that? I can show you that later down the road, next week.
Okay.
And you had a problem on this one. You were getting error here, right? Line 76.
Line 76. I didn't go for that yet.
Okay. One thing you want to pay attention that you cannot enter a new contact into the search field if you don't even go to that search field page yet. So you need another step. Click on CRM because you're on a separate page right now. You just went to profile settings page. You saw the profile of that person. You need to click CRM menu again. You may have that code already up there. And then click on list contacts. Click list contacts page. After that, you will be able to see the search field.
Okay.
And then you can do driver.findElement by.css, that search field, and then you could say send keys and then send that name. You're in the right track. Then you click on the search button and then go further down. Okay?
Got it.
All right. Any other questions?
No.
Okay, let me know if you have done copying this code and I'll end the class today.
Okay. Yes, I have copied all this.
All right. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Rajat.
you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
day. Bye.